Jake Xander, what's going on? How you doing? Storm, how you doing? What's going on? Ju, hello, hello. Skyward, how's it going? I'm upset you pulled Arjuna. Like I said in the Discord, the GSSR is on JP for the FGO 6th anniversary. They're pretty good, right? There's some big pools in there, some smaller ones, and I was like, let me take a smaller one, right? Because I looked at it and I was like, all right, it's either Shikibu, it's either Arjuna, or Kama, right? And I was like, you know, it's a 1 in 4 shot. You know, 25% chance odds. And Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me. So I was like, yeah, I'll pop it on this. Maybe I'll get Arjuna Alter. What fucked me up is that as I was doing the GSSR, I got a fake out Saber card, and I was like, okay, fake out Saber card makes sense, you know. 4 stars are on this, so it could have been anything. It was the Armored, and I was like, okay, that makes sense, right? And then a gold, like I had gold Sparks, and then it was a gold Archer card, and I was like, fuck, did I click the right banner? Oh, what if I clicked the wrong banner? And it was fucking Ashvat, and I was like, oh, okay, you know, that makes sense. Oh, fuck, I forgot to fill my water cup up. So, everybody just sit tight. I'll be right back. Did I forget? So... Alright, back. I took my sippy as I was coming in. Alright, so, what's going on, SNR Kyoro as well? Thank you for the early check on the water. I completely forgot about it. I was sitting here doing FGO things and kind of didn't do my pre-stream prep, and I was like, oh, I'll be fine. He was not going to be fine. But yes, as SNR put in chat, to recap the previous part of the of episode 2, Kazuma has been killed on our trip over to England. Ryunosuke is being framed. There was a ballerina that ran away from her ballet group home. I don't know, from the academy. Either way, she is being stowed away on the ship, just as like we are. However, her means of coming on board are a little bit unknown, as well as Mr. Herlock Sholmes is investigating the murder and trying to ultimately lead it to this this Russian revolutionary who is who we don't even know if he's on board or not, but Herlock apparently seems to be 100% dead set on pinning it on him, even going so far as to call both Ryunosuke and the runaway ballerina the Russian revolutionary. So last we checked, we were looking at some stuff. We were investigating in here. We were looking for any sign of what happened and what could be going on in her room, the ballerina's room, who is located right next to Kazuma's room. So let's go ahead and see what we have in part. This is a part 3 of the investigation. 9th of January, SSS Burya, Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, and after we made an emergency, because in Kazuma's cabin, the reason why Ryunosuke was thought to be the murderer was because the ship came to an abrupt stop, or it assumably came to an abrupt stop and locked the door from the inside. The doors don't lock or can't be unlocked from the outside, which, I mean, personally seems like a very bad way to design a first-class cabin. You definitely want those to be unlockable from the outside. But either way, we saw that the bolt for Miss Pavlova's room, once we made an emergency stop, relocked. Even though us or our very bright-eyed, bushy-tailed assistant, Miss Susato, who was also on board, saw and we didn't touch the bolt. So somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. And the Russian sailors, Mr. Beef Stroganoff. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yeah, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? Heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean... Did someone press that button outside? You wicked intruder. Dressed in all black. You are the devil. What's going on, Mayor? Ayame, how you doing? Default username, what's going on? Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector? Yes? He's got to get cleaned up, right? Like, he can't have a black eye for the entirety of the rest of this chapter, right? Like, clearly. Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man? Ah, and he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing? She is right. You are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? I'm chillin', had to go all the way to Pity to get Charlotte and FEH. I really wish I could get back into that game. This is a Russian vessel. I really have no wrong. This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. Gotta find a solution. Immediately. Oh, okay. So we're looking for... Just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigate. Okay, well, I was gonna try to look at the case to see if something unlocked it from the... Ah, hey! Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing? Now everyone's attacking me. I was just starting to think she was my friend. Is there anyone who can help me? Am I gonna turn to the left and there's gonna be Sherlock? Fuck, Herlock. God damn it. Why are you there? What's going on, bud? What the? What are you doing up there? Why does he have the tiara on? Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again. The great detective. Inspector! I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of a curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Huh, you solved it. Even the hedgehogs understand this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning. We found criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Duh! Locked room! That is point! The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You all are quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin, despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man! The ventilator. You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. But it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling. 1:35, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the vent. Don't take a bow. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose you for all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! What the... See? It's a snake. He's taking it rather well, though. Allow me to introduce to you all to the band. This speckled band. A snake? Like, I think that this was kind of like set up very early on with the pre-intro to the case, right? You saw the excerpt from one of the Herlock Sholmes books. Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the stripe band, wouldn't you? He's gonna break out. You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that this is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? Sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. I don't think that's the case. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coil around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh, here we go. Another great deduction. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarks with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was this friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit with that description in any way. What explanation can we give then, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceive can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after this subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through this ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as the bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slows its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Wait, Kazuma? Oh no, Kuro. Oh no! So we know that from the preliminary medical investigation that he had his neck snapped, right? So I hope he touches on that. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I've been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you would use to train your serpent friend. Train? Indeed. You'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor man's young life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Even the snake confused. What the dog doing? Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Did I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method. I will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Look at him. Very random question. What class do you think a chef would be in D&D? Either an arcanist, a bard, or a... Arcanist, bard, or... Potentially, you could go like sorcerer, making their food taste better. You can go different ways based on their like background. You could even go fighter, like, and say like you could go fighter and be like, anytime somebody insults one of their dishes, they have a duel in the middle of the restaurant, right? You can take it in multiple directions, Tito, is my point. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Yes, so I'm not sure it would be really possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madam, What are the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movement. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more. Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Bro, this is literally how it feels. I vibe with, almost did it. I vibe with Sholmes. Almost did it. We're at one shot right now. If I do it again, it's another shot. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we'll need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. And a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, right. My handcuffs, please. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see them restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. I love that. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright, yeah, we saw this. We'll wait until we need to step in. She does have a pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has quite read her correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. She's looking at her, like, hand, wrist. Whoa, whoa, oh. Wait a minute. Oh, Naruhodo, look. That looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. Oh, could that have been the, Could that have been the whistling instead of an actual whistle? It was like a cat hissing? Maybe? Because it looks like a cat scratch. Unless it's like a rat. I don't know rats to have... I'm not a big rat expert, you know? But, Yes! I love that effect. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and a simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? And sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. Alright, and now we're moving back in. Okay, so on the orange, am I supposed to change it up? Because I thought it was a specific, like, text font, right? Yeah, like that. Not just orange, but it has to look like this. I assume it won't always cut in on what I need to change, right? But I assume the text will always be different. Because in these games, it's usually like red or orange text. That's the thing you need to focus on, right? Like here, it's red, right? Because the background is like a beige. And you got the little arrow right there. Seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo. Then that's where we'll find the answer. Alright, so... Oh. Like a cat to me.
Yes!
Oh, this is damage? You were looking at this framed photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? But let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no. It's the frame that's your friend, isn't it? Because it so beautifully displays whatever you put inside. What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? Just following the natural progression of the deduction. Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is you do not have a turn for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Yeah, a lot. Do I have to inspect it? Alright. Take its shot every time we call who Sherlock? I'll give you 3 guesses. Maybe I should just inspect it then. And there's the bell. Look at the photograph in his frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. You'll know when you see him. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yeah, that's true. But personally, it's a little black creature she's holding that she caught my... Just call it a cat. Ryunosuke, just call it a cat. And we better take a closer look at this. Can I not? There we go. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here. What a cute little kitten. Could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo, for the blackest outfit? Black kitten. From the look of this picture, at least Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Yeah, so...
Yes!
Excuse me for jumping ahead. I saw the picture, it looks like she was holding a cat, and I was like, okay. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes. Does it make sense, Waffle? A man named Sholmes? Instead of, I don't know, maybe take the S off? Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. What's going on, Ab? The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear? That you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Damage. Narka is my best friend. couldn't leave her behind. Darker would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. Alright, yeah, we were talking about speckled bands. This is a stripy one. These specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. This game reminds me of how annoying the estate of Boyle is because they just won't let people use the name Holmes. I mean, in this specific instance, I kind of understand because Sherlock is being portrayed to be a very goofy, very, like, just aloof individual, right? And I could see how someone would take offense to that, right? As opposed to the character being different, right? So I at least for this one, this one makes a little bit of sense to me, right? Because as the player, you're trying to prove essentially the world's greatest detective wrong, right? And I don't know if that was like my great grandfather's creation, I would be like, I don't know, man. I could see how people would be a little bit upset at that, at the very least, right? I at least understand where they're coming from. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. She just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Well, yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholm's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced to reveal something. Or first forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his special ability. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Well, oh, hey. I would keep trying to click. Right. Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. Long piece of cloth of some sort. It looks like a handle on the end. The cat toy. That sort of thing is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Right.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darker. Damage. Troublesome young feline young Darker is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Okay. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. He scratched the back of my hand and ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. But if it weren't for changes to public domain, they wouldn't have the rights to him anymore. I mean, even still, right? Like, public domain or not, I think being protective over something that's a family legacy is, like, at least, right? Like, you have to understand where they're coming from, right? Now, Disney is a whole other can of worms that we won't dive into right now. What's going on, New Vegas? How you doing? Alright, here we go. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. Oh yeah, we gotta wait till the, we already read this. I forgot how long this thing was. Bars. But it was a decent bit. Like, I kinda saw the first, like, 2 got solved, and I was like, that's it, we're done. We found out who the intruder was. But I guess we need to prove him wrong with the post-mortem report. Alright, here we go. Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. The post-mortem report.
Yes!
Bang! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Examination of the deceased body will prove the death conclusive, or the cause of death conclusively. But that... No, that's wrong. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Probably Darker didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he did fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh, yeah, a bad fall could explain it. Except the writing, the mark on the ground, the bell of the cat, right? Rather hard to believe of Kazuma, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix the seduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? I guess? That's the only real thing that I have that makes sense.
Yes!
Alright. Yes! An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. Big damage. Don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Asuma merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. Well, it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor seems to suggest that's what's happening. But this part of Mr. Shom's deduction is right. Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. You're in this cabin. Somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Surely can't be the tiara, right? Because that's what we had last time, although it's kind of crazy that Mr. Sholmes put that back in the same spot. Maybe the garbage bin, because we don't have a garbage bin in our room? This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. The other half of the bell. A broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It looks familiar. Perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. So... present the trash can? I don't need to get the piece of glass? Oh yeah, because hiding it in the waste paper basket. I need to keep in mind that that's the question. I need to keep in mind the question phrasing, right? Because last time when I selected the photograph frame, obviously, like, I need to keep in mind, like, the word that's on screen, too. Because I was hovering photograph frame, and I was like, yeah, there's a picture of a cat in this frame. Doesn't need to be examined any further. I can tell what it is. And then it was like, no, her friend isn't the photograph frame, it's what's in the photograph frame, right? And I was like, oh. Okay. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. I really hope, given the pose that these two are taking right now, I really hope in the future we get a double point in this direction, right? Like, somewhere in this direction, like them pointing to the right, with both of them. That would be fucking great. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. No. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found inside the waste paper basket in your cabin? Alright, Ab, take it easy. Thanks for coming out. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah. Evidence... Okay. That would be the picture.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, every time it will make you laugh. You can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Neat. Like, that's cool. That's a cool little screen right there. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired that rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. If he tripped over the cat, breaking his neck and dying instantly, how did he write that note on the floor? Maybe he didn't write it at all. That's the thing that, like I've been saying from the very beginning. If he snapped his neck, that's an instantaneous cause of death, right? Like, damn near, right? You might have, like, a couple moments. But you're not writing wardrobe in Russian perfectly with ink that you got from the table next to you. I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it's safe to try and lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy. But it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her. But nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling Cosmas wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova, trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, and she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, a combination of unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall over. What became of the kitten afterwards? You haven't been able to find her, have you? Ian, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Oh, well, yeah, of course. She would have to, because how would she have the other half of the bell? Yet Darker is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that the young man in the cabin next to mine had died. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about this snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing aboard this ship? Oh, I didn't see. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirozko. Pirozko? I don't know. He was trying to say that while his mouth was covered. That snake belongs to you. He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. Was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yeah, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. We're at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands. Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Pirozko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. It's venomless. Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Like they say milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirozko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah. Oh. So... is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Bro, he's so... Someone help, look at him. Help him. Someone, please. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirozko has nothing to do with this incident. So, that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death? No, we're not done here. Miss Pavlova, I understand the difficult situation you've been found yourself in, and I do sympathize. Please remember this. a young man lost his life. You're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed to everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. No great detective like Mr. Sholmes. You don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. Sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on the matter. Oh? I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your resist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, whatever that may be. Key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. Sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. Truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Usong? Question mark? Nice. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? How many shots has it been? This stream? Just one. Just once have I called him Sherlock Holmes. The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death possibly couldn't have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. I assume
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That's script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The written word means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It's a simple language. That doesn't seem likely. It's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Susato has noticed it too, then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... I mean, I guess the, Oh, well... Wait, review scene? Ah, okay.
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that wastepaper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Yeah, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. The only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message. To be precise about the detail. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. I kind of like that as a character detail trait. We interrupt his deduction, so he's interrupting ours. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces to the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit had failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. Well, suspect me, don't you?
Hold it!
Seaman Stroganoff, or Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. Company, that's the word I messed up earlier. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. Well, that is not possible, I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet, it's impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door okay. No. We've already disproved that. Susato, you were in here when we saw this door lock. I don't know why you went back to that one. I get its case too, and we have to do tutorial logic steps, but... Grid, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would have expected to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No needles or threads or magnets could have been used. Yeah. Come on, Susato. There was, like, just no reason to bring that up. Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Demon Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. That one fucked me up. I couldn't read any of that. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? It is shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. Oh, it does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Holmes... there's another one. Okay, that's 2 shots. Take another shot. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. So should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? How many shots a day? That was the second one of right now. What's going on, Anonymous? Bingo, bango. I guess I just have to hit present. I was trying to click on it. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? Must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. I'm back and you're really doing the shots? It's a drinking game for whoever wants to participate. I'm not doing it because my dyslexia is making it hard for me to read this as it is. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting upon the object. Is there nothing that Susato doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed these books over in the bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. Bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Smack the shit out of my microphone, nobody heard that? Oh yes! That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed, are we gonna see this stuff move? But the books. Oh, come on. The SS Burya made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over. All the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? We came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made the emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm. Yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you to only press the buttons in times of emergency? On dark nights when fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press it to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with the ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure that all can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact we have now learnt as a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide close. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop? Or did it not?
You are idiots. Burya is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night.
We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. Promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night. It will be a log because, yeah, no entries. The, Mr. Beef Stroganoff was not there. What's going on, Ave? We've only done 2 streams for Ace Attorney thus far. The first one, we did the entirety of Case 1. The second stream, we did a good amount of Case 2, but then Comcast decided that it was all that we were going to be doing for that day, so we had to stop short. And now we're finishing up Case 2. Kinro, what's going on? How you doing? So yeah, I assume this would have to be it. Oh, excuse me. Monkey.
Yes.
Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship. Isn't that right?
Duh, that is correct. Why?
In the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine.
Rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I always put it.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, "nothing to report," every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all.
Nothing recorded in the log. It is... Duh, because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you?
Indeed so.
Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Burya. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish.
If I'm perfectly honest, I find it a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. As to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point.
What of the throbbing?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it.
Oh, yes. I have a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected.
He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. Since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. The first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. But why didn't I wake up when that was all happening to me? I said drugged like mad earlier, but I didn't really account for the fact that everybody was drugged. I thought the speckled band was going to be like some sort of hose pumping sleeping gas into the room, but it could have just been sleeping pills put into our food.
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo,
You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yeah. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Kazuma looked after me. Always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yeah. In fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific? Designed to induce a very deep slumber to those who consumed it. Sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Naruhodo, of course that not was Mr. Sholmes' mean. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would be certainly impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Because they were trying to pick up, Nina, right? Miss Pavlova? Well, seaman. I really feel unfortunate for whoever in the English language decided to call sailors seamen, because I feel like they didn't say it quickly at all. I feel like they were like, oh, it's seaman, right? Yeah, seaman. Oh no, like nobody stopped them. They had nobody in the booth with them to confirm what the fuck was going on. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have been an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would have been hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Do not make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. Don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. So remember now. Did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. So, you could not make all drug, how you say, dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai. Brought our angel on board. Quick Google told me that seamen came before seamen. I don't believe that. I super don't believe that. What were they calling it before? She was helped by comrades on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Burrier slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So that's what happened. The only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Pavlova. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case. There would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. It's like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would have habitually slept with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find their door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit walked the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Talked long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. I'd like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long boring story. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yeah? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? Accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, some assistance if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Oh, fuck! Again. 3 shots. Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said. Of these two... oh boy, yeah, don't know that word. Observation. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. We're looking for some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Uh... Oh! That purple ink, bro.
Yes!
And Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Yeah. Ah, yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. Alright, so it's gotta be just the photo then? Because it's the, pink ink, purple ink, excuse me.
Yes!
I know what colors are. Bang, bang. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink shows it. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. The penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. Stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly stain your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Barria do emergency stop. Both cabin door shut. Everything so no one would suspect our angel. Beef, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheep. She was looking for a cat. I went with her. Door next to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? But then who killed Kazuma? Because if he actually did trip and fall, that's such a shit way to go. Shit happens? I mean, yeah, but like at the same time, like, that's so unfortunate. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. Oh, Angel. Because if they had simply found the body, right? Then why not just report it? Why try to blame it on Ryunosuke? It is that, like, I get they were trying to conceal Pavlova, but at the same time,
finally got an actual day off to catch a stream. What's up, Chris?
What's going on? AJ Legend back for the 9 months. Thank you very much for the continued support, brother. Appreciate it as always. We're trying to solve murders or accidental deaths? I don't know. The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened door to student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death last night? Something very nearly slipped my mind. Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. Cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate... Oh, I hit auto on accident. The unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph. It seems somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? I mean, the fact that he's looks like he's clenching something in his fist?
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell to an unfortunate accident, and his fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly gripped into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Isn't that one of her earrings? Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. Crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? And you can't see it right here because she has an earring, like, on her left ear. Not so sure. Crescent moon looks familiar somehow. Sure, I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. Up.
Yes!
Oh, should I have looked at her right ear? Okay, no, it seems good. The health bar isn't popped up. Miss Pavlova, In your ear there. So you have a crescent moon as well. What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Either that link was weak as shit, or she has some of the world's strongest ears. Because, my god. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Got him. GG's. She thought that Kazuma had did something to her cat, I assume. Oh, okay. I thought he was actually talking to the inspector. I was like, what the fuck? I thought it was a friend of mine. Young man from your country was very polite and kind. Helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, that was... It's weird when there's no name associated to the subtitle. Oh, yes? Sure, I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land far away in the east know Russian ballerina? Yes, saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? Sure, I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. And fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. Use another opinion here. Oh, she got confused. Well, lock her up. There we go. Easy. I hope it was worth it. Is the okay? I'm trying to think of accidental deaths, and like honestly, Ron Delight is the only one, right? That's the only other accidental death in the series, and he got off on that one, right? That was crazy. Very Big Circus, Very Big Circus. That was purposeful. My main man's acro dropped that fucking drop that shit. If you're talking about, like, I'm talking about things that like we had to investigate, right? Fucking Acro's brother, right? Mr. Bat. That was obviously an accidental death before, but we didn't have to investigate that one. Yeah, but that's manslaughter, baby. That's when you went to fetch help? Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out, and I heard thud on the floor. So I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. They find out I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger next door? Yes. Went to the cabin, looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. Then I found Stowe in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me. So you worked out a plan. To lay the blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper signs. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato started to believe me when I said I was innocent. Dragged young man's body to get in good place. Used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe so the person who found him would look inside and find Stowe. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. Pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did come to an emergency stop little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you run away from your homeland. It's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the belt to the cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first. That made me scared. What he said first? Ah. He said an inspector was his friend. Damn. So, go to jail. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Good job, idiot. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? Take down, take down. It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain. But was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? He was going for us. What do you mean? He was gonna wake us up and be like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. It's easy. For every detail of that room. I mean, yeah, I spent a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. It's just kind of fucked up, right? Like, it wasn't... It's strictly not his fault, right? Like, he didn't do anything to deserve this. He was actually going to be on a... He was actually just going to help, and he was just going to see what his friend thought about it. These damn women. Excuse me, these damn girls. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, but to draw the right conclusion. Can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Well, I mean...
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes. Or, yes, however... What is directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe. Wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe. The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Yeah. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Yep. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. Fortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. Sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. So, at long last, mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria finally laid to rest. Damn, that sucks. 9th of January, 7:14 p.m. SS Buria, first class cabin, passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that all out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. See. Sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost your good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. It's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosima's death is like such a waste. But... well... do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yeah. It's still away after all. Didn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Well, at least he got his, glasses fixed. Where did they put my man's katana? Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. I think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. It's like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is someone weeping? Ah. Sato. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had returned. Well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Still can't believe this happened. Can't believe someone's life can be over, just like that. Sato. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. Now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. Thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo. Just too much. I know. Wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi safely to Great Britain. But I failed. Caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. Let everyone down. I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. But he blames you, Inspector. Where the fuck is he? Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo! What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head I think I should always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say. You're a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes. I do appreciate your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I mean, that's one way to put it. Can you get me out of the handcuffs now? I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Hey, me is me. There's my assistant. Was to be. In light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. No. Don't care for me, but... where's Susato? My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Hi, it's me. Oh, please just say I'll do it. I'm Miss Susato. Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a great lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. Work my fingers to the bone, Inspector. Every single day. Let me try. If by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. Why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain. That he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. Can't let all that passion just come to nothing. Anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. And yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? You witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite of the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. This is Susato's theme. It's very nice. And it fits. It's not as, like, cheery and as upbeat as the Maya theme, but Susato isn't as cheery and as upbeat as Maya is. So it makes sense, right? A little bit more reserved. Just got some nice melodies in there. I like it. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? It said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I'm gonna try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me everything that I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? Would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? Sure it's what Kazuma would have wanted. Name is Karuma. Oh no. It's a great sword that's been in the Isogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. Treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato. It seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. Yeah, Karma, as in like Vaughn Karma. I recognize it like off instant because that's as I was looking up fan art for Miss Franziska, it was like usually spelled Von Karuma, and I was like, what the fuck? Why is there a U here? Like actual fan art. So for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yeah, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. I'm pretty sure we took 4 takedowns, but... What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. And the cabin door was like... No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times. I wonder, does this actually count up the amount of times that you get thrown? That would be a little cool detail if so. It keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. Don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confessed I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. Is your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. If you'd be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Of course. Not on me. On him. Sorry? As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed. And what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Susato squash. My groggy state of consciousness. The scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through the generations of the Isogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. That mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. What's going on, Angels? How you doing? I knew you wouldn't let me down. Important thing he had to do. Still don't know what it was. But I'm going to see the place for myself. Work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. That's a nice closer to Chapter 2. I think Chapter 2 kind of sucks, to be honest. But, I mean, you know, I think I would have much rather Kazuma have been taken away due to somebody's nefarious actions, rather than somebody being, like, very flustered and, like, shocked in the moment. But, either way, it is what it is. We're here now. We're in Chapter 3. And we're gonna keep it moving. Wait, what? Oh. Alright. Can I just hit continue, actually? Hold on, let me see. Because I had to start over the chapter. In Chapter 1, remember? Continue. Yes. There we go. Episode 3. The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Anime.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Not Brian's Coco.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
I thought that little boy was about to steal off with our suitcases.
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome
to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
It's Tuesday, ain't it? Couldn't get through without one. Couldn't get through without. Oh, I wonder what Judge is gonna look like here. "18th of February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office." That's a fucking title. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It's like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has a quite different impact, wouldn't you agree? Far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we're supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we're here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma's death. Yeah. Having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan? We want to remain here in Great Britain. I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. Have you officially recognized as a lawyer? It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. This guy looks evil as shit. What the fuck? Don't show me a man that looks like this. This looks... he's got the same fucking sideburns as that one Yu-Gi-Oh character. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. Oh, no. Don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Raphael? Yeah, the fucking, the guy from the Orichalcos nonsense.
Yo, what's good?
Shadokin back for the 6 months. Welcome back to the family, brother. Appreciate it as always. I don't know the crowd, but I assume this is the Lord Chief Justice. But these fucking, these dagger tusks are crazy. Also, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, so give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh, damn, I didn't put the bald screen up. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I was trying to. I don't know how dire and straight it seemed, but my stomach has been doing backflip all today. I've been schmoving in and out of the bathroom. But I don't know how dire it seemed, but I muted and I immediately ran to the bathroom. A new bald screen. I was just gonna go back to the Ace Attorney one, but unfortunate that I couldn't put it up right now. Oh, that's because the game is above it. Well, shit. Never mind. All right. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, aye. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm way more used to the Japanese name, Heart Vortex, but Mael Strongheart is warming up to me the more I play. His Japanese name is Heart Vortex? Yo, that's sick. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. It's kind of weird that, also, do we have anything different? Bro just got birds in the courthouse. This is his private chambers, not the courthouse. All right, London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well, I've been so nervous ever since I got here. I can't remember a single thing about the city. Simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost at a loss for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas. Even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me right there, Susato. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there is much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make the Paris World's Fair look like a toy shop. Dude is giving me Damon Gant vibes a little bit. I can feel it. From the suit of armor in his office to the grandiose like appearance of him, right? Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Alright, well, speaking about welcoming the visitors, change of plans in the visitors that you might have been expecting. Lord Chief Justice. I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves.
That's right.
The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores.
It's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived.
My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours.
Thank you.
And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news.
Yes. We're here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person.
They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that's true. It is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of a young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed.
If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart.
What do you have to say, madam?
It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal.
Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo.
This is it then. The moment of truth. Well, here we go. The thing is, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead.
Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead.
Dude's name is Naruhodo? Yeah, because in Japanese that's also that's Phoenix Wright's name too. So this is literally Phoenix's ancestor, like chronologically all the way back. Like they have the same family name. His first name is Ryunosuke, but yeah, his last name or his family name is Naruhodo, which is kind of funny.
But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done.
Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean.
Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least this is what I've been led to understand.
Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo! You ruin things here if I'm not too careful. What am I going to say?
If there is
someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me. I can do it.
Is that so?
I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but...
No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer.
I've acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But glossing over the details... I've been spending every spare moment on the journey to Great Britain to studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on the SS Borea. Zone, what's going on?
The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, but you must also complete several years of training.
I realize it's far too short a period of time, but can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please!
31 seconds.
Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. Perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first. Yeah? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Rasogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Oh, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. Just to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what is this test? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. Murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? Be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. Can't possibly agree to such a test. You would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I have decided that it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you will have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you'll need to prove it. You'll need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Rasogi. Would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? I say, do I agree to his absurd test? I mean, wow. Alright then. I have to give you a decision now. The answer is, I can't do it.
The 7th root of 19,487,171 is 11.
Welcome back to the family, Rise. Speaking of not being able to get the words out, we got the numbers out. I don't know why you know the 7th root, but Welcome back for the 11 months, Rise. Appreciated as always, brother. Thank you for sticking with us. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but a lack of resolve to see them. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. That's why you gotta disconnect from your glove and your fucking big-ass flourishing cuff there, dickhead. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Naruhodo. Sorry, Mr. Sato. What could I do? Alright, I understand. You? Not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. Resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it.
What are you trying to say, madam?
I think what Mr. Sato means that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. I feel exactly the same way. Sure, the defendant won't see this trial as a test, some kind of experiment. This was the test. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, a particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. Sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice.
Wait, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, there's something else?
Is approximately 23... 23? I don't know where I get the 3 from. Is approximately 20 minutes by carriage to Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time.
But I just said that...
I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him.
What?
At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. If that happens, there's only one possible outcome. You will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down.
But that's awful.
But that is the truth.
Does it have to be like this?
Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you.
Really his only hope?
So, what do you say now, madam?
Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh.
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves.
Gone. Old Bailey. We're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo. We must leave at once. Well, I mean... Oh, shit. 18th of February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. No number. Thank goodness, we're in time. Still 15 minutes until the trial begins. Never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were gonna rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. One of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. Not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here. There's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. And this room's for defendants to wait. Or this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. The place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. Oppressive air. Almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It's like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're about to defend in, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir? Are we doing the trial this stream because I gotta pop out for a bit and I don't want to miss? I think we're about to end soon. I don't know how far we are away from the actual trial to start, but I assume that we're gonna get like a save point. Right? Because we haven't literally done any part of the trial. Like, I would, if we start in the court, he did the crime. No. What are you doing following me here? Things are a fair desperate, aren't they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the East, are yous? We're from Japan, yes? Ah, Japan is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so have I. So I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. All while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. He's grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. Is he a loan shark? What is this? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? He's nothing to me at all. Or he's nothing to me at all. I'd like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! Hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. Not giving it to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail. Now, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. Lord Chief Justice wasn't making it all up. Can we get your name? I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Luster and blazes, Do you not know who I am? Me! One of London's biggest names! No, sorry, we only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called McGilded Park. Full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London. City of Smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. Gilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands. We'll do our... What was I saying, What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there to me, haven't I? Oh, yeah, but I wasn't really offering just to stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well? Well, not at all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry, did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Beric van Zieks. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? Van Zieks stands for the prosecution. They call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial where he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there is no one willing to stand in defense of the fellow at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, but Baron von Zieks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? Defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time? Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. You really showed your face here. I'd made up me mind, so I had... Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident. I can assure you of that. So don't get cold feet now, please. Where his Sholm's gone, we have no idea. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo. Man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, all armed with nothing to defend himself. It's something that Cosmo would have never allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. You'll have to sit. Be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Oh, we're just going straight into it. Yeah, I'm gonna go into the next save point though. That is a fucking crazy ass judge's chair. What's going on in here? 18th of February, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Bro, what is going on up there? So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court of Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yeah, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Judge? What does he look like? What is he? Oh, yo! That guy looks sick. Oh, there's our judgy. I don't know. It's the hair. It's the hair. The beard is fine. I wish he was bald. He should be bald. Does this game do the gimmick from the Versus game? I have no idea what you're talking about. I haven't played that game. That's just Santa Claus? Yeah. Hey. Gotta be a wig. I really hope it gets blown off his hair. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry! We asked if the defense was ready. I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Oh, wow. Not even Japanese, Nipponese. I wasn't expecting that one. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder. Capital offense. You should be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this racism? As I've always said, my lord, it is a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fellow is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please may we go play in McGilded Park? Who brought their kid? Bro. Fucking industrial era England's gotta be some weird type of shit. You're just bringing kids into the courtroom. This is our fun today, son. Seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news. He certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded. And most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly to remind you. That guy has a knife. Why does that guy have a whole fucking knife? I vibe with this guy. This guy on the far left, this guy fucks. I like this guy. A lot of pressure on this case. It is case 3 after all. Yeah, that's true, I guess. As long as it doesn't fucking suck, we're in there, right? As long as we don't have a case 3 on our hands, we're good. I also don't know how much longer we'll be playing for. Look at his eyes. This guy is focused. This woman's over here knitting. This guy is drinking. This guy is drunk. Never mind. Look at his eyes, bro. This guy's gone. This guy is a whole villain. This maid doesn't want to be here. This is the only guy I trust. This is the only person of the jury I trust. Yes, my lord, if the task is to send the rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Again, with the fucking dagger sideburns. Not any criminals? Animals? Danimals? The yogurt you slurp. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Oh, she's a stenographer. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, dear. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Just finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, these people are... The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentences according to the law, but the jurors determine the guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the judges, or the judges? But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but... sure, it will become clear as the trial progresses. Prosecutor Van Zeeks, my lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since last. I spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change in circumstance which the court should be aware? Leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. We have to choose today of all days to make a comeback. Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. It doesn't hit the same as Nick, honestly. I feel like she should give us a very cutesy first name. Like, she should be calling us Ryu, right? Shorten our name down. We're on a first name basis. We're all the way here in Britain, just by ourselves. The game portrays the jury system to be more modern than the professionalist system, but it's the other way around. She is very by the book. Yeah, just let Susato let her hair down just a little bit. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. Summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this case is of overwhelming simplicity. Must be the only ones here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Jesus. Sorry, Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The bricks I always send out are always made to be broken down. In Minecraft. Damn. Yo. Oh, come on. Come on, man. Come on. Thrice fired, not fried. But some food that might be thrice fried, that shit might slap. Hold on now. But yeah, they my man, I wouldn't be surprised if he did this to himself. Look at how peaceful he looks. He looked like he'd taken a nap. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service of the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is said to be the cause of ultimate cause of death. Jesus. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Crime scene photograph has been entered. Knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are? Oh, it is a wig! Good lord, is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. Well, I mean, I think we're a few years too early to break it out, but if that shit don't fit, how did I get into this? Backed into a corner before I even started. Ugh. I felt like a frog in my throat. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2. Obviously, one of these passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGill. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded! What the fuck are you doing? Be sure I rode the omnibus that evening. Whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? It is the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting, so it is. When I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I've never laid eyes upon before in me life. Well, that's unfortunate. Now I ask yous, what's a good-hearted soul? What good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? Big slam. There were multiple witnesses. The precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Oh, and now I realize that's why we didn't get any big slams in case 2, because we never entered a courtroom. Order, order, order. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Oh, okay, we have 3 this time. That guy's hat does not fit. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Who's fair play? I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I, make hats for gents. Lady First? Is this our Edgeworth? Yeah, this is our Edgeworth, essentially. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were on an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. What's going on, Solaris? Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus for the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Well... Unambiguous testimony, I must say. This is the same shit from the Versus game? Oh, I had no idea. But I mean, it's still pretty cool. I like the duo testimony and somebody is reacting to whatever the other person says, because I think out of the original games, the how should I phrase this? The mechanics of each of the lawyers were all very nice. Like, I love the fact that Phoenix had the Magatama to break down locks by asking further questions. Athena's like therapy sessions, and Apollo just is literally calling your bluff by looking for your tell. I think that's all sick, right? But I think that this is also a unique mechanic that also removes a bit of the factor of the lawyer has to have an amazing skill, right? I think that's kind of cool. Why does that man have a whip? He drives a carriage. That's his business whip. For business. These are my business socks. I put them on when I'm doing business. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident on the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside of a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case... Big slam! Yeah! How could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of a moving... unless they were moving, like, right alongside it. Inosuke. Jump. I get that you're eager. Get that you're very nervous, right? Understood. But we're about to get shit on, aren't we? Oh, quaint. I read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? Carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much? Yeah. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage. Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Okay, but how though? Okay, the door is small. Never mind. Because I was thinking of the door. That we walked into to get to the courtroom with the two bailiffs outside, and I was like, "How the fuck is that gonna fit through those doors?" Different doors. Okay, I got a little bit confused very quickly. Okay, so that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. The noodle stand from Apollo Justice? Not really. Not one-to-one. This is not the noodle carriage. As I should point out to our foreign guests. But there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Skylight? Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats of the omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I never experienced the crime scene itself to be brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I'd like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Well... Very well. I see no reason as to why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Omnibus has been added. It was at night and you only got shit for nothing in lighting technology yet? I mean, even still, right? That their word has to be taken, right? They can only, like, obviously what they might have seen could have very well been Mr. McGilded pulling the knife or trying to see if he could stop the bleeding or something, and that caused the blood to get on his gloves. But at the same juncture, right, we really don't know. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I'd help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let's continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Right? My first cross-examination in a British court. Slap. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. Did he just basically call him a dog? He called him a stupid dog. and said he made him look bad. What the witnesses saw. Let me move this a bit over because I've noticed that I've had a white bar. Not a white bar. I've had a white little like text outline from my notifications because this is right over top of my OBS. Last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Okay.
Hold it!
I actually saw the moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? You're not really acting differently. Or are fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? I mean, look at you, bro. Your mutton chops don't, like... Why is your chin all the way down here? Like, of course I don't trust you. Look at you. Oh, and I can do this with scrolling. I don't have to even use A and D. That's neat. Okay, because I was using scrolling to advance text. Oh, no. I didn't mean that. This is no good. Really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord. Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Austin with the raiding party. What's going on, Austin? You guys doing more coding over there? Thank you, brother. Welcome, welcome. I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. You put this guy on jury duty? Playing Mario Sunshine, actually? Ah. In the collection or just on the GameCube version? That little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. You brought a knife into court, fuck you. That is precisely what I was- No, not juror number 1! I like this guy! Look at him! As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. But why, though? But why? Racism abundant. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into a great scale of justice. Into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. If those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. That seems like it's supposed to happen. I don't really think that that felt off. I was looking for more information and I didn't get a change in the testimony. That just seems like it was scripted to happen. Oh, they got a granny there? They got a guy that's drinking alcohol on the stand. They got a man flipping a knife. They got a woman that brought up a whole ass typewriter. And that's just shitty jury duty. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. Alright. Stabbed him, I screamed, couldn't help it.
Hold it!
Stabbed him, you say? You were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Right, sir. I was up on the roof. Okay. That seems good to me. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. Been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. Okay. But then, I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking out right from his belly, that huge great knife. These guys haven't changed. He was wearing white gloves, what the fuck? Didn't help me at all. Jury look like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That woman is typing up a storm. Appears to have made everyone more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife that you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. That's the very one, sir. Is that... Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. Thanks, bro. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. Letter M. Are you sure it's not a W? Which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Oh, not the weak ones. But there are M's everywhere. Like yes! Like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. Murder weapon has been entered into the court record. Okay, there we go. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2. Go on. The Gilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman. A gentleman's ward should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truth. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. Okay, so we're trying to win over jurors 4 through 6, rather. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Okay, so jurors 5 and 6. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. You've had it. Every time I press the witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything in the moment is the current information, or is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. Mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright, I'll keep trying. Can't give up. Alright, so we got the murder weapon out of 4. We didn't get anything out of 3. 1 and 2 seem solid, right? So I think that we need, to press on statement 5 there. Stop the bus, and then I saw it too. So, given the position of the... Can I look at the, or excuse me, let me just go back to the court record. Can I examine this? Because if he was up here and he stopped, right, he would have to climb over to look, right? Job Master is London head office. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? You have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city at night and freezing cold as a punishment? Guy, are you okay? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. But, yeah, if he was sitting up here, there's no way he had an easy view into the cabin, right? That's cute. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Right. Doesn't really look like I have much. At the door, I guess. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Scene of a murder. It's horrible. Yo! This is kind of cool. It's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. That seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Did you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. There was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. It's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece for the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. Under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. That's supposed to be the Crystal Tower? Yeah, okay. This obviously looked a lot different than this, and I just got a little bit confused. Okay, so judging by this, if you were looking down in through the skylight, you'd have to be in the back seat, right? To see this. If you were in the frontmost seat, right? You turning around, you would look down and see this, right? See, there's a handle, it seems. Ah! Hey, bud. This looks like all sorts of equipment that you might need to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, or shoeing tools? So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. Doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. I wanted to see if there was some stuff in here. Also, it's not giving me a check mark like it did when I was investigating the room in the boat. Alright. This seat, however, does not have a little thing. So, alright, we're just gonna back out of there. Back out of there. Alright. And let me look at this. Okay. Where is this dog? No fucking shot you think that's an M. Ornate letter M. Deniably Mr. Magnus's gilded initial, or Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. It's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah! What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I'm sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. Like, zero fucking thought, zero shot, right? This is not an M. Ain't nobody writing their M's like this. Ass cap. Pull the blade out. Part is the sheath, isn't it? You alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Hmm? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Alright. It's a lot like blood. Surely is blood. The victim's. Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Understand. But yeah, there's no way this is an M. Nobody starts off the M down here and then just goes into it, right? This makes so much more sense. Flourish on the end, right? W, and then you finish it with the flourish. You don't start with the flourish. That just doesn't make any sense. I do it in my signature, you're lying. There's just no need to lie, amens. Alright. But yeah, that seems to be about right. Let's go ahead and take a look at the gloves. Can't check inside. I guess we can only check the stain. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. That's how you write an M in cursive. What was the last time anybody had to write in cursive that wasn't signing their name, right? Let me ask that question. When was the last time you actually wrote like a sentence in cursive? Fourth grade? Yeah. Nobody is writing in cursive. That's cap. Now, there's actually a funny story about that. Fucking, I think it was my 10th grade English teacher. She only accepted papers in cursive, right? And that was fucking hell, right? However, that was in school. Daily, you do not write in cursive daily. If you do like calligraphy or lettering, right? Like that's completely different, right? 100% different. Average everyday people are not writing in cursive. I don't even remember the last time I wrote something down. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'd be typing a lot, but I haven't written anything down in a long ass time. Oh, by the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Pity. Only he had been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Cursive is generally useless except for his signature. Even it comes to the point now where when I sign my name on shit, I don't fucking, I didn't want to present that. I really thought I clicked present there. What is the point? I don't really understand the point of the magnifying glass thing yet. Maybe it's to point out that there's going to be a button missing from his shirt, right? But I don't know. Ah, okay. All right.
Hold it!
Yeah, how did you see it? What exactly did you see? Oh, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. Everybody looks the same. And by the passenger, you're obviously referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And the other passenger that had the knife in his hand like this. By the other passenger, obviously, you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGild. and then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. Well, I mean, if he stabbed down like that, right, the gloves would have blood on the bottom of the hands, right? What? Order, order! It is hard to believe one of London's greatest philanthropists, but this is damning indeed. The law knows no philanthropist, my lord, only the innocent and the guilty. Good deeds mean nothing when overshadowed by evil. The truth is everything. Couldn't agree more, sir, the truth! His hat isn't moving, right? But I don't think that's... None of them... This guy isn't moving, this guy isn't moving, right? I don't think that's anything, right? Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin were the victim and the defendant. And so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be? Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. Alright, yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to be pointing out the fact that he doesn't have his, like, hat slipping. I'm a little bit confused here. Alright. That reaches the end, right? So I guess, maybe... What does the hat matter? I'm lost. So what happens is when you end up pressing a statement, something might change in the way, like, certain people are responding. So if you look right now, you saw, like, his hat slipping back and forth, right?
Hold it!
But now... Wait. Was it doing that before? Hat sliding. The hat slip is new. The hat slip... Okay. So, the hat slip has been there before. That was like his introductory trait, right? That's the thing you're supposed to notice about him the most, right? But now it's not here.
Excuse me!
Mr. First. How can I help you, sir? That last statement. Did it trouble you in some way? Not particularly, sir, no. Anything. It's troubling me with that hat of his. Has he greased his head? Oh, my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see. Yeah, I'm a little bit lost here. I guess just press everything then?
Hold it!
Four passengers on board, isn't that correct? Alright. Yeah, I was about to say, if you think his name being Naruhodo is pretty funny, look up Phoenix Wright in Japanese. No other passengers. Everybody seems to be in agreement of that. Will he, like, look towards us? I don't know what this guy's tell is gonna be. I wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Alright, so yeah, I just assume it's just press everything. Too awful to think about. I haven't been able to shake this cold ever since it happened. Okay. I said London Guild of Coachmen. The idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. Wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. Horse is bolted, as they say. Please, just keep an open mind a little long. Giddy up now, Silver Blaze. Giddy up. Finishes in sight. See, I'm just a little bit confused here. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Means that now 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. You got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell why you are yet to pronounce your leaning. Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a certain creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day, and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. The Gilded Park, it's called. Gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He always is doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Okay. Public library and borrow some more books. I thought she was going to say public park again. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGill has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Oh, the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest so that his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. Armless Dino back for the 3 months. Welcome back to the family, brother. Appreciated as always. Thank you, thank you. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you yet, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? Possible reason, because could this man have had to make use of public omnibus service? You're not saying that. The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save a considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Baron von Zeke's theme, the Reaper of the Old Bailey, it's pretty good. And also let it be known, the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He'd lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he had owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
If I might add something briefly. Miss Usada claimed that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim? Ah, more evidence. Okay. Bro, you got your own brand of wine? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. There it is! What is this, fucking Triple H's sledgehammer? Why are you getting so hyped about it? How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard from ladies of the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As a judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all the monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Alright, perfect. There we go. Finally. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. Victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pull over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. A scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before... I don't stand for nonsense. Damn. This is it. The last juror's decision. Well, we still got the judge, right? The judge ultimately decides. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. What it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote though. However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial. by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Hey, Susato, pipe up. Susato, just tell me one thing. Yes? We're in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Ah, so a couple of them were in debt. Gotcha. Hold on, let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and take a quick little gander. Portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know of any London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from a great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. Well, let's see what we can find. Damn, I wish I could read. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? For all, not everyone in this country is well off. Goodness. What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that name mean something to me? It does sound strangely from... It's one of the fucking witnesses. Oh, yeah, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fastly approaching. Possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Got him. GG's. Alright, well.
Objection!
Summation examination. Summation examination just sounds way more fun to say. I'm gonna be honest. A summation examination? No. Summation examination. From which century has the tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't have even given such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. When is it, Miss Susato? So-called summation examination. Oh, one moment and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Japanese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. To make an exclamation? No. I'm saying, I'm taking the in out of the word examination, right? So examation, right? That's summation, exclamation. Hold on. That's great. In times gone by, barristers would use summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it either fell out of use. That is what I typed. Tell me where the word "you" is in examination. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What's going on, Zach? Baba Jeeds. I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Summation examination. You know, basically what I'm saying is take the IN out of this word. Eximation, right? It's spelled differently, but it sounds the same. Yeah, then that isn't what you typed. Damn, easy, got him. Hey, man. Let's assert our right.
Welcome to the family, son.
The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord. Zach asserting his right to say resub for the 9 months. Welcome back to the family, brother. Appreciated as always. Thank you for sticking with us.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Wanted to drop a sub before I headed into the VOD. Gotta catch up. Ah, okay. Summation examination are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
There we go. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. Defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Yeah. Well, I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Oh, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. It seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. Defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. Turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. Judicial findings? Juror's contention. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. Stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. He actually didn't stick him like that. He thrust the knife down, blade sticking out of the bottom of his hand, but okay. I simply typed and collated the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is the motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence. Ooh. Okay. So the 20 pence thing, right? That's a lie. That guy can't be trusted then. So do I have to like, is this kind of like a Danganronpa mechanic where I have to like store the statement and then use it on another statement? The scoundrel stabbed the poor man on the floor. It's beggar's belief. Close, but not quite. Not quite? Okay. Starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. The jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. Need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them. Use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Fortunately, Once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. Okay, so anything we do, yeah, so we're gonna have to use their statements against each other. Not exactly storing it, but I see what they're trying to lead us to believe in right now, or lead us to do right now. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Deciding what I've read about British law, Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your argument. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they're complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. You must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that what we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. That's not right. I have to pull this off. We start proceedings, counsel. I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Man was stabbed once in 3 different ways. That's amazing. Yo, why do we got the sheath gripped up like that? What are we about to do? All right, so obviously I want to hit. Okay, so it's almost, yeah, it's close enough, right? It's a mechanic I'm familiar with. All right, so
Objection!
what are y'all doing here? Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silverblaze's name and mane, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus the night in question. According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. Juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. That doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. Figures are different. That walk is mo-capped, and that's why it looks so nice and smooth. I was about to ask. That seemed like it was a very deliberate animation. Or exactly one person's fare. One person's fare? Yes. In other words, the omnibus that night. It's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. Coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. You are drinking on jury duty. Figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. All right then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, huh? according to my book here, simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to get all going? Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Yo, wait till I get my hands on you. I'm saying this guy's innocent. That's a you might die. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. Oh, so will it always change both then? Will there be like a circumstance where it will only change one or the others? Because pitting two arguments and getting both of them to change to innocent, that's actually pretty strong. For the love of Mike, not you as well. Penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. We can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds. We can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. That's where you must strike next. So, Knife Man and Granny. You need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show another contradiction in their assertions.
Welcome to the family, son.
Icy Tenjo with a gift over to Wazdy56. I have no idea if Wazdy is here, but Icy Tenjo, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Wazdy, if you are here... Oh wait, no, I see Wazdy typing a little bit ago. But if you are here, Wazdy, please be sure to thank Tenjo for the gifted sub. Welcome back to the family. Appreciate it as always, Tenjo. Thank you, thank you. Scales have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Changing my leaning to innocent, I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Like the chap next to him just like this. Okay. Okay, so... Let me... Okay, so what this is actually really cool now. Because 2 and 5 have now changed, right? So with 2 and 5 changing, what we can actually get is we can get situations in the future where we pit them, or we pit, like, for example, like we pit 2 and 5 together, right? I think that this, stabbing the poor man on the floor, stuck him just like this. Like, it would be interesting to see if I had to take like Jurors 5's new statement and contradict it with Juror 1. That's actually a pretty cool mechanic, right? But yeah, you guys definitely don't know what you're talking about.
Objection.
Argue. Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? Heard from more than one witness that they all allegedly saw the moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Yeah, this is very like, you can tell, like, by the way the legs are moving, this is mocapped. This is super fluid and looks very real. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. Can't you see that I'm busy here? And the head move? Yeah, like the head move I think could have been like, you could have like recorded that motion in like a animation suite, right? But the leg movement, that's super fluid. Like that looks like somebody just walking, right? That's my point. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Knock the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it. It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he had collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he had collapsed on the floor. I lie never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Why? Why the dickens would they lie? Don't know that yet. I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide to people telling lies. Scoops! Scales. I don't believe it. Not only... Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. Bro, come on, why do you... I like your design the most. Why do you gotta be the racist one? If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollection of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. Now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? What are you calling a dandy, sir? Why I should take this knife to you? Who are you calling old? Why I should take this needle to you? They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? The two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime. Fuck no, baby! Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you Dark Jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. Got the autopsy report to prove it. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what I want to see. I'd say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by...
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once.
Only once?
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Häagen-Dazs! Wait, that means four jurors are now leaning towards not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. Well, we haven't won. It's not unanimous.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool?
Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me.
We had a consensus.
I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Don't lick the knife like that. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority amongst the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. Fuck you. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. I thought there was going to be a to be continued there. So, Lord Van Zeeks continues to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Double cup. Bro, there was just no need to do that. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence, and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as self-evident truth. It would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Cape off! Yeah! Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo? Yes, sir, my lord, sir. It transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus. You will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Oh. Falling. Various misgivings. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed the man. Yes, he did. I think so, yes? Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cosenage. Beppo, explain yourself. This guy is fucking... He is on cloud 8 right now. That guy is drunk off his ass up on the jury stand. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last one of the day is always half empty. You've been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Damn, okay. Various misgivings. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but, told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. It has to be his last statement, right? Beppo's last statement. I think so, right? What did you... Do I have to go get the Drewski clip again?
What do you mean by that?
You have to explain.
Hold it!
Earlier you testified you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Which one of them is in debt? It's, fair play. Ironically enough. Also, this is supposed to be... You said the victim was on the floor. You described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, you know, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horse when I heard a scream from the front seats of the roof of the deck. These guys haven't changed. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Did anybody else just see the middle guy's neck like fucking snap?
Excuse me.
If I may, Mr. Fairplay. What are you fossicking for now? That last statement appears to have given you pause for thought. Not really. By the way, you always seem to be looking to the side, one way or another. Do you have some affliction? Not really. He's not really willing to say anything, it seems. It's none of your business anyhow. So, could he not have looked down? Not long ago, this very trial nearly came to an end. Somehow we managed to keep our chances alive here. Can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering new information. Yes, you're so right. Need to pay careful attention here. So is it like when he's facing forward, right? Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. But I think it's it's definitely that last one, right? But maybe because he's looking forward now, right?
Hold it!
Because he's not really reacting, right? He's just kind of, he's facing forward, but they just made note of him not always facing forward, right? Fairplay was sitting next to Gildan and had to stab him from the side. Yeah. No, Fairplay was sitting on top. According to everything that we know, these two people here were sitting on top of the carriage. But, I don't know. Maybe I didn't get far enough, right? Then the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding a knife in a nice bit grip. Because when I saw his neck, like, swivel, right? Like, maybe I was just a little bit too preemptive. I thought that was supposed to be it. See, he did it again there, right? In short, didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. Really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Okay. So that's what. Okay, I completely misunderstood. I completely forgot that they had like an exuberant reaction.
Excuse me.
There we go. You have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Ignore the slider in most cases. Yeah, I'll just wait until an exclamation mark pops up, because I was sitting there like, oh, I need to like pay attention and very close attention. Because what if they do something that I'm not able to catch, you know? Are you asking me or telling me? Getting flustered. Might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he even just happen to see the exact moment the crime was committed? I doubt it, because he reacted to somebody screaming. It is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight at the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know, and I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene. I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot. I keep doing it. A little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what actually you saw. I can do that, all right. I'll tell you just about how grim it was. Testimony. You forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Blood-soaked hands? Drewski, if you wouldn't mind.
What do you mean by that?
Because I believe these don't look blood-soaked. But they wouldn't be his hands either, right? Makes sense to me.
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soap might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. There's the familial smirk with the fucking hand on hip pose, right? I love that Phoenix pose. The proud, like, hands on hips, just like, yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did it. I'm sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay. That's little more than peculiar. I said it little this time, though. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question.
Oh, yes. Right.
Certainly it does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But I'm sure you can clearly see it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent.
But...
So you're the liar here, then? That's right, you were quite clear about it.
You said it was both hands.
Mr. Fairplay, your last statement was a lie. It calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. Can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't provoke.
Yep, that word. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? I mean, we already know it ain't. Get some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying. Well, we do. I took a look at that shit earlier. Prevaricate? Yeah, I've never. That doesn't change the fact that I've never seen the word. You could turn the tide in this trial completely. Let me show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony.
I got some evidence.
My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove!
Ah,
By Jove's justice, even. You sure?
evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded.
Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion.
The point is, among the names of the debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worth of being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, you wouldn't say.
It's an odd word. I would be surprised if you had seen it. Yeah, nobody's saying that. Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
His documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, be sentenced to a capital punishment, that would just go away. Yeah, there would be a no. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20,000 guineas to the defendant?
Big orders. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time
and at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. But it makes no difference. Definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilden's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Keep saying. Wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happened. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all of you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes! Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yeah. I'd finally have a chance to turn things around here. Oh, really? To be continued when? What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact stabbing, the exact moment the stabbing transpired. Jesus. I remember seeing the knife, and then I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. Didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. I don't know about that. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment of the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying that we saw the man do it. It's not really what testimony is about. Let's examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Got you, homie. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that last statement. Because I don't know if they know about the compartment in the seats, right? That's not true. Everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Rather begs the question why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know anything about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh? Why not? Locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right. And it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Get it? Get it? Because it's his... Get it? Because that's it. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gen inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you that I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. Hey, yo. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all inside the cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. Not sure about these two witnesses. Could they have really seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Might not have been able to. I'm going to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding in this omnibus, on this omnibus, and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, is there a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight? There is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight for me. Hey, golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. And the possibility cannot be denied. And at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger enclosed in the cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. We'll identify the area in this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Fuck.
Take that!
Both rows of a seat on the roof facing the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker was sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that the witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Or in the seat, too.
Objection!
Uh-oh. It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Well, yeah. Easily. He's sitting right next to us. Honestly, don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I mean... Understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. What's going on, X? You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. Am I too late yet again? Well, Multi, what I would like for you to do is, if you're on mobile, you can type in !uptime. If you're on desktop, you look right underneath the player. I'm gonna save you the trouble right now. I've been live for 5 hours. So, once we reach a to be continued, I'm gonna take a break. A toast. The hard lessons not yet learnt. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... This guy is 48? This guy's 52? 32. 54? Beppo is 62. 34. 21. And of course, Susano. But
Take that!
the passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant. Glad we're all following along.
Objection!
Guy! First of all, good aim. Second of all, why? If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having learning and culture of their own. But I see they just use terms ill-advised. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it's an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, the testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. The better drinking game will be every time they get racist. Yeah, I think we can amend the drinking game. We can go, we can make it a specific one for this game, right? Every time that I say Herlock Sholmes' name incorrectly, every time the British are racist against Japanese, and every time that Ryunosuke does not do a successful desk slam, right? He does like the flaccid ones. I just realized I'm not following you, so I'm gonna do that. Thank you, Blind. Appreciate it. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting besides the victim that night. A third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And who is this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Big orders. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yeah, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do not tend to notice such things. Or hatters do tend to notice such things. What particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. You call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. That is true. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. The accused failed to notice even the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a false statement to the police. What if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Okay. Adjunct McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it is indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Hey, fuck it, we ball. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, sir. I need a little time to consider this. Smells like recess. I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Damn, immediately? Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let the proceedings be resumed. Dog, where is my fucking to be continued? Is it just not in this chapter? You could save and quit now if you wish. I think we're gonna do that. I think we're gonna do a big save. We're gonna end right there. I honestly expected it to be continued at some point. But I believe that's going to do it for me for tonight. There is one? When the fuck is it? It's coming up? How soon? Also, alternatively, will it be on such a cliffhanger that I might as well finish the case up anyways? We're just going to save here. But anyways, I think that's going to do it for me for today. Did you even get an alert about a part 2? That's actually a very fucking good question. I don't think I did. Not soon enough? Okay. But I think we're going to end it there. I'd like to thank you all very much for coming out. Those of you who got here late and are upset that you got here late and didn't know I was streaming, I'd like to remind you all that if you are subbed, I do post in the Discord every time I do go live. !Discord. If you are subbed, it's always posted in there. I always post on Twitter when I go live as well. So if you would just at you, I'm not going to at specific people, right? If you want to find out what I'm streaming, you have the avenues necessary to you. But before we do head out for the evening, I would like to give a shout out over to AJ Legend for sticking with us for the 9 months, Shadokan for coming back for the 6 months, Rise for sticking with us for the 11 months, Austin with the raid earlier, Armless Dino for sticking with us for the 3 months, Zach for sticking with us for the 9 months, Tenjo with the gift over to Wazdi, and of course, all of you guys for sticking out here for tonight as we finished up case 2 and moved a decent way into case 3 for the big great Ace Attorney Chronicles. When we pick this game back up on Tuesday, we will be moving into the finale of this case, hopefully, and we will be doing the, We'll be doing the intro to case 4, with that said, again, thank you all very much for coming out. That's going to do it for me for tonight. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing Genshin reset stuff, to getting all of our bosses done, trying to get Ayaka fully leveled up and whatnot. Might play some 14. I finally reached Shadowbringers, so I'm happy about that as well. I'm going to be playing some more of that tonight. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, if not on Tuesday. But until then, you guys take it easy. Peace.